Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Open Heifer Show here at the Kentucky Beef Expo. Coming into the ring, we have Class 1, our AOB division.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly a pleasure for me to be with you here this morning and evaluate your breeding heifer show. Young lady's got a nice single entry as we start this off. Got a ton of muscle shape down her top and out through her hip, very sound and flexible. She's a Fleck v. Simmental, and she's certainly got those breed characteristics about her. If you could put your hands together for this young lady on her single entry class winner this morning.
Congratulations to Kaya Wright from Indiana with your champion AOB. Now entering the ring, we have Class 2, a single entry, starting our percent AOB division.
Another single entry here is this young man's got a very attractive Charlay composite. She's extremely long-necked and long-sided. She's got some shape to her. Very juvenile and immature. I like that about her. You might want to stouten her up at the surface just a notch, but a very high-quality female here to represent the Charlay composites in this particular division. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Gabriel Bowman from North Salem, Indiana for winning Class 2. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 3. This is our last class of our percent AOB division. Just a reminder to all of our friends and families in the stands, if you would like to send the link to your families to watch from home, ringsidelive.co is our webcaster for the event today. You can view both steers and heifers from Ringside Live.
Excellent class of females here as we get rolling in this AOB division with some different breed genetic makeups. And yet I think we got a pair of females here that are an awful lot alike um, here to start this class. The young lady's heifer that starts, I think she ties a longer, thinner neck into the top side of her shoulder. I think she's adequate in terms of her body shape and depth. She's extremely big-footed, and where I prefer her over the heifer in two, I feel like she's laid back more, and her knee has more slit to her hock. And then I think when she gets out and goes, takes a little bit more of an agile stride. So congratulations to this young lady to win the competitive class. There's no doubt this composite Charlay female here at the stand is extremely striking. She's feminine about her head. She's flat-shouldered for the amount of mass that she has. She's stout-ribbed and bold-hipped. Just not, she's plenty sound enough, but I don't think she's quite as agile as the class winner, but that's a very good set of females there to start. If you chose to start with a female in third because of her feminine characteristics, I wouldn't argue with you. She is the most ladylike about her front end. I like her head shape. I like her flatness of shoulder. She's got plenty of rib shape and body depth. For some, they'd like to see her a little bit bigger boned and footed. I'm okay with her there. Where I critique on her is she wants to get up in her hook bones and drop her pins just a little bit as we ask her to go. But that's a very feminine, good kind of a female there to be third in this competitive class. The blonde heifer here that comes in 4 is one that's just extremely practical. I love her foot size. I love her rugged look that she has about her. She's just not quite as massive and husky as the trio that we find in front of you, but that's a very, very good heifer. Going to make an awesome cow for this young lady. Just like to give her more punch to her midsection and pizzazz compared to that trio. Striking female here that comes in next to the young man's. If you want to put her over the blonde female because she's flatter shouldered, more feminine, I wouldn't argue with you. I think she's a little tighter in her hock. She doesn't want to flex quite as well. She gets a little bit more upright in her shoulder and knee. The young lady that closes the class has a long-bodied, extended kind of a female, just not quite the overall quality of the ones we find in front of her. But congratulations to these kids on this set of females.
Results from Class 3. First place went to Morgan Neal from Bellevue, Ohio. Second to Avery Collins from Clay City, Indiana. Third to Robert Rogers. Fourth to Paisley Van Horn. Fifth to Grady Harrison. And sixth to Sadie Joe Brown. Now we are selecting for our percentage AOB division.
As these youngsters bring this trio around, got to admire the young man here with the May composite female for having one that's extremely long-necked and long-bodied, and for being juvenile. She's got some body and rib shape. She's not quite as stout at the surface as the two that we find in front of her. Those two are behind her. The two females there that come out of the Class 2 of this division just bring a lot of quality to the table. Go ahead and put your hands together for those two young ladies out of Class 2. They're going to be your division champion in reserve. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your champion percentage AOB going to Morgan Neal out of Class 3, and your reserve was out of Class 3 as well, Avery Collins. Now entering the ring, we have Class 4, the beginning of our Angus breed.
Young men here got a nice pair of Angus females here as we get started in this division. And the young man that starts, it's just her balance and symmetry that lets her win. She's so striking from the side and long-necked and flat-shouldered. She's dead level down her top and out through her hip. Good enough at the ground as we ask her to go. I think she needs to start this class. The young man that comes in second, long-sided female, very attractive, not quite as stoutness of bone, not quite as correct in the angle to her hock, but a female that's got a very bright future for this young man as he keeps her on feed and takes care of her for the next year. Congratulations to those.
Results from Class 4. First place went to Camden Tingle from Bedford, Kentucky. Second place went to Tillman Dorosset from Glasgow, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring, we have Class 5 Angus Heifers.
Uh, Came in how I wanted to line them up today, and the young lady here that starts has one that's just beautifully. Go ahead, bring her on up here a little bit more out towards the center. Um, Got a beautifully presented female that she's the one that starts the class as we ask them to lead. She's the most correct in all of her angles, sets down on a coordinated hock and more correctly on her pastern. The only way we can really pick on her in this particular class is I just wish she wanted to be a show calf just a freckle more, but there's a balance with that because this young lady also needs to have a good experience. We need to have her gentle, and so everything kind of comes together for you. As we move on to more competitive things, I wish she just wanted to just be a little bit more tentative and want to get out and go with just a little bit more presence. But I love this heifer's look. I love her balance. I love her angles as we ask her to lead. She's got the right amount of muscle shape for the way that her body's designed. Just a very beautifully balanced heifer that's good in her angles, good in her structure for this young lady. Congratulations to her. The female that comes in second is longer bodied. She is stouter hipped. She's got a ton of presence to her. When she's parked, she's a female that you like a great deal. She's so high tying, so clean about her jawline and fresh in her chest. I just want to change her at the ground and the way that she goes. She's almost excessive in the set to her hock, and then uniquely doesn't want to set down on her pastern quite as well. But that's a female, if we get her back legs coordination squared up just a notch, I think she can do a lot of bright things for this young lady here that comes in second. The female in third is just very basic and fundamental. She's smooth. She's got some rib. She doesn't have quite the extra bells and whistles that the heifers find in first and second, but she's got a lot of quality to her as well. Congratulations to her. Then the bottom pair I find interesting. I went with the longer sided, higher performing kind of a female. Like the way the young lady's done a job of presenting her. Then the female that closes the class is certainly does the basics of a brood cow. She's moderate, she's bold ribbed, has some body. She moves fairly well, but we just want to give her more eye appeal and look compared to the ones that we find in front of her. Congratulations to those exhibitors on this competitive class.
Results from Class 5. First place went to Caroline Sankey from Indiana. Second place to Annie Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Third to Emma Hyatt from Clay City, Indiana. Fourth to Annalise Harden from Kentucky. And fifth place to Nora Nunn, also from Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now coming into the ring, we have Class 6.
Very good set of Angus females here from top to bottom that offer a lot of differences and variation. The two that come to the start are totally different in their types and kinds, other than they're the two with the most structural integrity in this particular class. The heifer that starts is one that's very fresh. She's juvenile in her appearance, yet she has some size and performance. I like her body condition. If it doesn't go just a shade too far on the skinny side, you got to ask yourself and tell yourself that she's the green one. But she's a female with a ton of presence. You like her foot quality. You like the angles that she has to her shoulder and knee and the way that she gets out and goes out of her hock and pastern. If we want to pick on her, we want to expand her in her forerib just a little bit, and that's something that can come with some condition and maturity. And I just like that heifer's presence and future that she has. On the other end of the spectrum is the young man's heifer that comes in second. If you want to start with her because she is so bold in her kind, she is so big-ribbed and stout-hipped and a ton of width through her lower quarter while still being sound on her still sound and flexible in her skeleton, I get where you're coming from. For me, she wants to read a little bit moderate in her maturity. She's a little bit more shoved together up front, not quite as ladylike and elegant from the point of her shoulder forward, but that's a big-bodied brood cow there coming in too. From there, I think there's some differences in sort as well. The young lady's heifer that comes in third is very juvenile and fresh in her appearance. She's straight in her lines and square in her hip. She's not quite as good from hock to ground as the ones that we find in 1 and 2. She wants to raise up in her tail head just a little bit. But I like her body shape, the way that she comes out of her spine and has some shape and turn to her rib, some width to her lower quarter, and that's what I liked about her with the heifers that are remaining. The young man's heifer here that comes in next and fourth, she's a very, very good female. I like the angle that she has to her shoulder and knee. I like her rib shape and density that she has with a ton of presence up front. Where I pick on her is the way that she's designed in her hip. At the stand, she wants to get up in her hook bones, drop her pins, and then as we ask her to go, she wants to start to waddle just a little bit from behind. The young man's heifer that comes in next, there is more of her than the females that we find in the two places just behind her. Where we want to, as far as depth of body, she's a little bit flat when you get behind her, a shade one-dimensional. She wants to get a little bit easier in her top and high in her tail head, but that's a female that does a lot of things right from a silhouette standpoint. Congratulations to that young man. Then the young lady's heifer that comes in next is just behind. She wants to be a little bit straighter in her shoulder than the females that we find in front of her. Not quite as much width to her when you step in behind her, but a high-quality female with a good look. The young man that closes the class here has one that's moderate and stout and chubby. We just want to fix her in her hind leg ever so slightly. But congratulations to those people on a nice competitive set of Angus females.
Results from Class 6. First place went to Andrew Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Second to Cooper Vague from Freetown, Indiana. Third went to Haley Johnson from Kentucky. Fourth to Colin Zudwork from Indiana. Fifth to Grayson Vague, Indiana. Sixth to Eden Winner, Madison, Indiana. And seventh to Blaine Smith from Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Another really good class, Angus females from top to bottom. And this pair, if we combine one and two, um, we'd really have one that's incredible. The one that starts is just more flexible. She's laid back more on her shoulder and knee. She sets down more correct on her front two. She's got more set to her hock and her pastern, and then she gets out and goes with more flex and reach. She's a moderate frame, bold rib female that's got a lot to her. I'd like to extend her through her front end, maybe flatten her shoulder up just a notch, but that's an awful good Angus heifer that fundamentally is very, very correct. This 1 and 2 was a challenge for me because she's got that big time look from the side that I love. She is so high tying and long necked. She's got so much to her when you get to her body. She's stout and massive. We've just got to fix her at the surface. They've done a great job of manicuring her hooves and taking care of her and keeping that in line. I just worry and am concerned that she's a freckle too upright on both ends to make the long haul. But as far as a breeding piece that's got some out there things that she does, if you want to gravitate towards this one, certainly wouldn't argue with you. But for me, we just got to fix her at the ground just a notch. Very basic fundamental heifer here that comes in third. She is more correct in her angles than than the one that we find in front of her. I just want to see more substance to her in terms of foot size and bone work. She doesn't have quite the presence as the one that starts, but a very good, complete kind of a female. Just needs some more look about her. Then I think this pair down here is close. I think the female that comes in next is a little bit nicer balance. She's more level down her top line and square throughout her hip, but most importantly, she's got more slope to her shoulder up front, and she's not perfect there either. But the young man's heifer that closes the class does have a tremendous amount of substance and foot size. I just read her to be very vertical up front in her shoulder and knee. Congratulations to those exhibitors in this particular class. Fun pair of females to evaluate there on the top end.
While our judge is evaluating this class, I wanted to go ahead and remind everyone that if you have a breed, champion, or reserve today, you need to go to the photo backdrop and get your picture. All of the photos from the Kentucky Beef Expo are being done through Lindy Livestock Photography, and that's where you can look at all of the photos that they're taking throughout the expo.
Another very good class, Angus females, and the young lady does an awesome job of showing this one that starts. She's just so poised and collected every time you look at her. She's a female that's beautifully balanced and a ton of look and presence. And in this particular set, she is the most correct on her feet and legs. Congratulations to that young lady with that heifer. The young man that comes in next has a striking female. She's got some look to her from the side. I'd like to lay her in her tail head, square her up from hock to ground just a notch, but a long-bodied female that's got more attraction and look than the females that we find behind her. Long-bodied kind of female here that's got some slope and angularity to her. She's got a big hoof, just not as much balance as the ones that we find in front of her. The young man that closes the class just needs more performance and substance to compete with the ones in front of her, but a very nice class of Angus female. Congratulations to those kids.
Results from Class 8. First place went to Danielle Taylor from Nicholasville, Kentucky. Second to Micah Nunn from Upton, Kentucky. Third to Brenna Perkins from Sulphur, Kentucky. And fourth to Luke Markham from Campbellsville, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We need all of those first and second places from our Angus classes to be in the makeup ring ready for our Angus drive.
Another really good set of Angus females here, and as we get it down, and it doesn't take long to find the class winner. She's a beautifully balanced female that does a great job of combining a ladylike look with mass and power, and as well as having a brood cow look to her. She's good in her rib shape and body depth and has something to her. She's very good in her angles to her shoulder and knee, and very good at the stand as she sets down in her hock and her pastern. I'm a little concerned in what you do and the challenge it's going to present to us here when we get her out for division is she wants to be off particular in her right hind, but I don't feel like it's an actual structural impairment. I feel like she's got some foot rot or some hairy heel wart starting on her, that on this kind of surface it makes her want to do some funky things, particularly on her right hind. But I truly don't think there's a structural issue there. We'll weigh that out more here in just a minute, but that's a very good looking, beautifully balanced female that does a good job of having a refined look to her and yet some actual real substance and genuine mass to her. The young lady's heifer that comes in next is extremely long-bodied and long hips. She's got some bone. She's not as relaxed, and her shoulder and knee doesn't get out and go quite as well as out of her front end as the one that starts. But that's a beautiful-looking female that's long-necked, high-tying, and tight in her throat latch. Very moderate framed here, heifer that's got a ton of dimension to her. We just want to flatten her up in her shoulder, make her a little longer neck from the point of her shoulder forward, but she's got some real world shape and dimension to her and set wide at her pin bones, so congratulations to that young lady. The young man here in next has got a moderate framed female that's straight in her lines, maybe just not quite as balanced and good looking as the ones we find in front of her, but congratulations to those kids on a nice set of Angus females.
Results from Class 9. First place went to Briley Roberts from Orion, Illinois. Second to Alexia Stevens. Third to Annalise Harden. And fourth to Seth Chunglo. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are now selecting our division in our Angus breed. From our first class of Angus females, we have Camden Tingle. From your second class, Caroline Sankey. From the third class of Angus females, Andrew Meyer. From Class 7, Angus Meyer. Class 8, we have Danielle Taylor. And from Class 9, Briley Roberts.
Let's put our hands together for a very competitive Angus drive here, if you would, please. You know, this is certainly a division that has a lot of subjectivity to it, and there's no doubt I can argue for each one of these heifers out here that win their class to be your champion Angus, and they all have their strengths and weaknesses. I'll go through them one more time and just share my thoughts with you that I see on them. I don't know what way I'm going yet 100%, and so hopefully as I share my thoughts with you, the answer comes to me. The young man out of Class 1 has a beautifully balanced young female. You know, just today you've got a baby calf, but if she does everything right and continues to progress and gets some mass and stays sound, she's got a great look and good body to her. Just so juvenile and so fresh, and I think just bright days in front of her. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, if everything comes together with this one, I could certainly see how she's your favorite. She's good looking. She has mass. She has some substance. She's correct in all of her angles. Like I said before, I just wish she wanted to be a shot more alert. She wants to get up in her top line just a little bit when we're asking her to go. I don't think it's an issue with her. But then does she have just enough horsepower and engine to get around some of these females behind her? I'm not sure. But if you like her balance, her structural build at the stand, and her look, and want to run her straight to the top, certainly wouldn't argue with you a lot. The female that comes in the next class, Class 3, is one that has a very cool posture about her. She's so striking from the side. Her neck comes so high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's very long-bodied and athletic. She's just a touch skinny today compared to a few of them. You want to fill her in right behind her shoulder, give her a shot more shape. And when she does that and matures, if you want to use her because she's the one that has a striking look from the side with a correct structural build, certainly wouldn't argue with you there either. The young man's heifer that comes out of the 4th class is one that I call just very safe. She's kind of in the middle of the road of a lot of them. She's a big-bodied female that is very good on her feet and legs. She's not as good-looking as several of them out here, but she's a long ways from a plain heifer. She's so smooth from her shoulder into her forerib. For the mass and substance that she has, she does a very good job of getting out and going. Just a lot of quality to her. Like I said, there are females that are a shot more attractive than her, but she's a long ways from a plain-fronted kind of a female. The young lady out of the next class has the one that's just very basic. She's straight in her line. She's long-bodied. She's got some look. Maybe doesn't have quite the quality of the females on either side of her, but she's very fundamentally correct, and I think the lady's got a bright future to her. This young lady's heifer here is the challenge to me. She's extremely good looking from the side. She's very good in her substance and look. I just want to say that she's off today in her mobility. And so what does a show judge do to that when he truly feels that it's not a structural challenge? It's just how she's brought to us today in the shape that she's in. And foot rot and hairy heel wart, that's something that happens, and we battle with that at our program. So what do you do with her? Because if she's going 100% correct, I think she wins the division. But today I'm not sure with her not going 100% correct that she does win the division. And so there's a lot to weigh out there. And if you on the outside want to say that I messed up this division, I certainly wouldn't argue with you a whole lot. Hopefully I shared with you enough of my thoughts, and it kind of came to me together on what to do here as I shared my thoughts with you. And like I said, you guys around ringside, pick your favorite. I've got mine in mind, and if you could put your hands together, and congratulations to these young people on an excellent set of Angus females. One that comes in second in that in that particular class is the one that's got the big time look from the side, extremely high tying and long and level down her top line. Once again, we're just concerned about her long haul on her feet and legs. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady down here for reserve. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to your champion Angus female going to Andrew Meyer out of Class 7. Your reserve Angus female came out of Class 9, Briley Roberts. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We're ready to get started with our Charlay show. Entering the ring now, we have Class 10.
Young lady, as we start the Charlay division's got a very nice female here. She's got some general width to her, some look about her. If you could congratulate this young lady on bringing a competitive single entry today. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Guinevere Bowman from North Salem, Indiana for first place in Class 10. Now in the ring, we have Class 11.
Another single entry here in the Charlay division, and one that just represents a lot of quality to her. She's long-necked and attractive. She's got some substance to her and mass, and I like that in a Charlay female. Their purpose in life is creating bulls for the commercial cattle industry, and I think she does that in a very feminine and female-like package. Congratulations to this young lady on her single entry Charlay female.
Congratulations to Alyssa Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee with her first place in Class 11. Now entering the ring, we have Class 12 Charlay females.
Another good pair of Charlay females here in this particular class. And the young lady that starts, I think, has got the smooth made one. She holds her top line more correct. I think she hinges out of a looser hip and hock. She's a nicely balanced female. She'll be competitive out here in just a minute when we get her for the champion drive. There's no doubt the one that comes in second has more meat animal shape to her. She is stouter and bolder. I just want to relax her in her top line and her tail head just a little bit. She wants to duck her hip and get underneath of herself as we ask her to go. I think she's a little straighter in her shoulder and knee, but there's a ton of cow power there in terms of width and dimension. Congratulations to those two. Yet another high quality single entry female here that's extremely long sided and long necked. She's a female that gives you a balanced look from the side. She's maybe not perfect from her hooks to her pins here, but she'll be another competitive class winner to break down out here as we get her back out here for your champion Charlay female. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Taylor Moore from Nancy, Kentucky, with her winner of Class 13. Now in the ring we have Class 14, another single, and this will be the last class before we do our Charlay Division drive.
Yet again, start to sound like a broken record, but another competitive single entry here. She's very collected as we ask her to go. She's got some power to her when you get in behind her. Maybe not as soft-sided as some when we get her back out here to break her down for champion, but she'll be another fun one to evaluate here in just a second. Congratulations to you, young man.
For our Charlay Division, we have Guinevere Bowman from Class 10, Alyssa Meyer from Class 11, Neely Conrad from Class 12, Taylor Moore from Class 13, and Logan Downey from Class 14.
Very good lineup of Charlay females that breaks down maybe a little bit easier than the Angus in terms of an answer for champion and reserve. The young lady up front's got one of the heavy muscled females that's got a lot of power to her. When we ask her to go, we'd like to see her use her hock just a little bit better and take a longer, more fluid stride. The young lady out of Class 2's got one that has some presence as well as power. She's as correct on her feet and legs as any of them. If we want to pick on her compared to a couple of them, she's maybe not as square-hipped as some, but I think that's getting pretty picky on one that represents a lot of quality. The young lady out of Class 3's got a refined female that's very feminine. From the side, just when we compare her to heifers on either side of her, we want to see just a little bit more to her, both in terms of width and bone structure. Extremely long-bodied female out of Class 4 here that's got a feminine look to her. She's not perfect in her hip and the way that she goes either, but she's one of the 3 sounder ones that are out here, and yet does that with a feminine female look to her. And then the young man out of the last class has one of the heavier muscled females as well. We just like to see more of a maternal look to her. So with that, if you could, congratulate these Charlay exhibitors. Young lady out of Class 2 here will be champion, and the young lady out of Class 4 will be reserve. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to your champion, Charlay female coming out of Class 11, Alyssa Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. And your reserve Charlay female went to Taylor Moore from Nancy, Kentucky out of Class 13. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 15, the beginning of our key breed.
Good pair of Kenina heifers here, but it doesn't take long to find this young lady here in this particular class. She's got a very good-looking, big-bodied female. Certainly reads right in terms of in terms of her angles. Very good-looking here at the side, and yet does a good job of combining that with some structural width. She'll be a fun one to break down in more detail as we get her back out here. Young man in second, you just got a really good one in front of you. She's not quite as good looking, but she's a sound, functional kind of female that I like her juvenile look that she's got, and she's only going to get better as time goes on. So congratulations to you as well. Very high quality set of Kenina females here, and a pair on top bring a lot of quality to the table. I like the continuation and the long-term size of the young man that starts. She's a striking female that's beautifully balanced. She's good in her feet and legs. She's immature and juvenile. Be a fun one to have out here in the champion drive. The young lady that comes out here in second is very sound and flexible. She's got a striking look to her. She looks to me to be a little bit more of a moderate kind of a female, which there's nothing wrong with that. I'd like to change her right behind her forerib just a notch, but that's a female that brings a lot of quality and balance to the table. Good pair of females there on the top end. The young man's heifer that comes in third, I think, is the next most correct in her angles and her structure. She's more coordinated in her hock and her pastern. She's more correct in the slope to her shoulder and knee. She's a juvenile, immature female that I think can go ahead and progress and be an awesome female for this young man on through the summer and down the road. The female that comes in next maybe does have more to her. She's got more rib shape. I just like to give her more of an attractive hind leg, lay her back in her shoulder and knee just a touch. And the young lady that closes the class is much the same as that one. She's not quite as good looking or long from the point of her shoulder forward. She wants to be a little awkward in her hock as well. But congratulations to those two exhibitors. Very competitive top pair.
Results from Class 16. First place went to Robert Rogers from Kendallville, Indiana. Second place to Lux Gordon from Rushville, Indiana. Third went to Tanner Weinel from Butler, Kentucky. Fourth to Peyton Light from Muncie, Indiana. And fifth went to Ava Priest from Seaman, Ohio. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring we have Class 17.
quality class of Kenina heifers here as we keep moving in that show. The one that starts is extremely striking from the side. She's long-bodied and level-hipped. She's got some rib shape. She's very green in her appearance and immature. I wish she could go just a shot more collected off of both ends, but that's a high-quality female with a good look. The young man's heifer is more advanced in her condition and body type. She's blended smoother from her shoulder into her forerib. The challenge I have with her is even though she maybe has more set to her hock, yet she's really funky in her pastern. She wants to be very awkward on her hind leg as we ask her to go, but you like the moderation, the balance, and the smoothness that that young man's heifer has. The young lady's female that comes in third is certainly stout and dimensional. She's extremely big-footed and boned. She might want to tone her power down just a notch, make her more feminine to compete with the two in front of her, but that's another quality heifer. The female that comes in fourth, if you like her femininity and refinement, want to move her up a notch, I wouldn't argue with you a lot, but to me she takes that refinement a shot too far. We want to give her more substance and mass down there at the ground, but a very nicely balanced female that's very feminine. The young man's red heifer here's got some structural integrity to her. She's good looking, just maybe doesn't have quite as much quality as the four females that we find in front of her. Congratulations to these exhibitors in this particular class. Youngster's old heifer here. When I was 5, I promised I didn't have a calf of this quality. Um, Very good balanced female. She reads to be sound in her angles. Got some rib shape and body to her. She'll be another fun one to break down here as we get back out here for your champion key. Congratulations, young man, on bringing a quality female here to the Kentucky Beef Expo.
Getting caught back up on results from Class 17, your first place was Hadley Vogel from Rockport, Indiana. Second place went to Andrew Ray from Brooksville, Kentucky. Third to Scarlett Ward. Fourth to Farah Hedinger. And fifth went to Drew Diehouse. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Your first place single entry from Class 18 went to Kaylin Lange from Rising Sun, Indiana. Now we will be selecting our key division. From Class 15, we have Amalia King. From Class 16, Robert Rogers. Class 17, Hadley Vogel. And Class 18, Kaylin Lange.
Very good lineup of Kenina females out here, and the young lady that wins the first class, and it was a single entry deal. She's very commanding from the side. She's got a big time look to her. She ties her neck high into the top side of her shoulder. I love her skull and her head shape. She's extremely straight in her lines and long and level hipped. She's got some width to her for as refined as she is and feminine and elegant like about her front end. She's a female that maybe not as big boned as some, but she's got enough for me, and I think she gets out and goes very, very well. The young man's heifer out of Class 2 has a striking look as well. She's maybe a little bit more advanced at the point of her chest than the heifer in front of her. She's a female that is bigger footed and bigger boned. She does get out and go very, very well. I'd maybe like to fix her in her top line just a little bit and square her up in her hip, but that's a very striking, very good balanced female that has a lot of dimension to her. The female out of class 3 is one that also has a lot of presence. She's a big bone female that's got some foot size to her. She's extremely green out here. She's the skinniest one of the set. I wish she wanted to move with just a little bit more coordination off of both ends, but boy, painting the picture from the side, she does a very, very good job. The young man's heifer there out of the last class is just very basic and fundamental. She's got a ton of body and brood cow look to her. It's extremely good kind of a female here for this young man. It's got a bright future. She can raise some stuff. With that, if you could put your hands together for the young lady up front, she's going to have your champion Kenina female. You're okay. Whatever's more comfortable, sis. Congrats. Then the young man here out of Class 2 will be reserved. If you could, congratulate him as well. Thanks.
Congratulations to your champion key female going to Amalia King out of Class 15. Your reserve key goes to Robert Rogers out of Class 16. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring, we have Class 19. This will serve as your Key Angus division.
Just two heifers here in the Key Angus division, so we're going to discuss this pair like it is a division. They both have qualities to be individual class winners, if you will, and we'll start with talking the young lady up front. In this particular set, she's the power female that has the most dimension. She is the biggest bone female, has a slight advantage in foot size. With that extra power, though, she's not quite as ladylike and elegant up front. You want to refine her in her head and skull just a little bit and tone her down in her shoulder and chest, but that's a very good female that's rugged built and has a lot of dimension to her. The young man here with the female that's sitting in the second slot, she's extremely striking from the side. She's juvenile and fresh in her appearance. She's sound as you ask her to go. If you could put your hands together and congratulate this young man, he'll have your champion Key Angus. And then this young lady will be reserved. Congratulations to both those participants.
Results from Class 19. First place and your champion Key Angus female goes to Braylon Schaefer out of Hagerstown, Indiana. Your second and reserve Key Angus female goes to Lainey Thompson from Huntington, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring, we have Class 20, our first class of Gilvies.
As these youngsters pull in to set up, young man here's got a very high quality Galv female. You like her balance and look from the side. You might want to stouten her up at the surface just to get a little picky on her, but that's a very high quality Galv female to get this Galv show kicked off. Congratulations to that young man. The young lady that comes in too just ran into a buzzsaw of a class, just can't get around that class winner's overall quality, but she's a functional kind of female that'll make a nice cow for this young lady. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. Yet another very good class of females with a high quality class winner. Just got a beautiful profile to her, and she's very athletic and functional when we ask her to lead. She's got some rib shape and body, and I like the condition that she comes to us in. Just a very high quality commanding class winner. From there, the red female's got a ton of brood cow potential. She's a big bodied, bold sprung kind of female. She's just not as pretty from the point of her shoulder forward, maybe not quite as collected as we ask her to go, but she's the female with more substance and dimension than the female that closes the class. I like her performance and body that she's got. The young lady that closes the class has some structural quality, just not quite as much balance and look as the ones in front of her.
Results from Class 21. First place went to Clarabelle Bishop from Cox Creek, Kentucky. Second went to Madeline Fryman from Cynthiana, Kentucky. And third place went to Davy Thompson from Campbellsville, Kentucky. Now entering the ring, we have a single entry Class 22.
Ladies single entry fall here certainly has a lot of cow power to her as well. She'll be a nice effort to add to the champion lineup. Really big bodied and bold sprung. You like a lot of cow traits that she has. We could maybe fix her in the angle to her shoulder just a little bit and stouten her up in her foot and bone work. But congratulations to this young lady on her single entry senior yearling. A very good set of Galv females in this whole show. But as we line the class winners back up out here and remember the seconds that were to them, the two females up here out of class 1 and 2 surfaced quite handily. And then the young lady out of class 2's got one that's got more slope to her shoulder. She gets out and goes just a little bit more coordinated out of her hind leg. So congratulations to her. If you could put your hands together, she'll have your champion Galv. Then the young man here out of class 1, he's going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to your champion Gelby female going to Clarabelle Bishop from class 21. Your reserve Gelby female went to Tillman DeRosset from Glasgow, Kentucky. Congratulations to them. In the ring now we have class 23. This is the beginning of our Herford division.
A nice pair of little fall heifer calves, and yet the one that starts, I think, has got a load of quality to her. She's got a beautiful front end. She's correct in her angles and the slopes that she's got. I think time's on her side, and I think she could be very, very good on down the road. Congratulations to that young lady. Got to commend this one here for having a very well broke females. Obviously been getting worked with a bunch at home. Just compared to the class winner, we want to lay her back in her shoulder and knee just a little bit. But congratulations to this young lady. I certainly appreciate all the time and the effort that's been put forth getting her to this point already as a young calf. Congratulations to those two. Very good class of Herford heifers here, and I think first and second separate themselves, and then I think there's some subjectivity to third, fourth, and fifth on how you want to line or rank them up. It's a close top pair here, and the young man in second certainly not having a lot of fun today, and the heifer isn't either. But we've got a pair of them that are very high quality here, and the young man's heifer that starts the class is very robust in her body. She's stout-footed and she's stout-boned. You might want to coordinate her hind leg just a notch as we ask her to go, but she's the quality female that wants to be a show heifer today that I think needs to start today. Young man's heifer here in two. Boy, she is dialed in terms of presentation and fit job. Why she's not wanting to be a show heifer here, I'm not certain, because to get one dressed that nicely, she's not really an attitude problem. Today she's so striking up front. I like her maturity curve. I like her body condition and her freshness. I think she has a back leg advantage over the class winner, but I think that's the case because as we stand here fighting and not wanting to be a show calf, it's hard to tell. The few steps that we got of her and got a good read, I think she's a beautifully balanced, structural correct female. She doesn't have as much to her as the class winner, but I love the quality look that she has and the symmetry that she has and the structural integrity that I believe that she has. Then that's where I said I think we've got some subjectivity here. From there on out, young lady that comes in third does a very nice job of showing, and that certainly elevates her to the third position as her showmanship. You like the quality look that she has up front. She's straight in her line. She's got a nice hind leg. Her hind leg is better than the females that come in fourth and fifth. She does give up some swoop to her center body when you compare her to those two, and that's why if you want to move the young man up in fourth and say she's more advanced in her rib shape and body depth, I'm certainly not going to argue with you. I do think she wants to stand a little straighter out of her shoulder and knee and a little bit straighter in her hock and tighter in her pastern, but that is a big-bodied kind of Hereford female. Another very maternal female comes in next. I think she wants to hock in, not move with quite as much coordination as the ones in front of her, but she's a very good kind of female. She's very maternal, good in the slope and angle to her shoulder. Nice kind of heifer for this young man. Then we round out the class with a pair of females just ran out of horsepower compared to the ones in front of them. Congratulations to those exhibitors. It's a very high quality pair of females to go first and second in this particular class.
Results from Class 24. First place went to Luke Keith from Campbellsville, Kentucky. Second to Collier Schaefer from Hagerstown, Indiana. Third went to Barrett Harper. Fourth to Bo Todd. Fifth to Madeline Granis. Sixth to Colin Hulsman. And seventh to Brenna Perkins. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors. Now in the ring we have Class 25 of our Hereford show. Just a reminder to all of our folks watching the show, if you'd like to watch from your stalls or share with any of your family and friends at home, Ringside Live is our webcaster for our event, and you can visit ringsidelive.co for the live stream of today's shows. While our judges evaluating this class, I would like to take the time to thank our sponsors for the Kentucky Beef Expo: Kentucky Department of Agriculture, Kentucky Farm Bureau, Champion Show Supply, Bluegrass Marketing Group, Kentucky Beef Council and Kentucky Cattlemen's Association, Hinton Mills, Farm Credit, Washington County Livestock, Paris Stockyards, Wright Implement, Blandford Mills, and a special thank you to those who donated our back tag numbers, Evans Cattle Company, and those were actually printed from Versailles Printing Ink, and they also have a booth here at the trade show with Tolan Boutique. So thank you to those for donating our back tag numbers for our show today.
challenging class of Herford females that offer some sort. I think obviously I never wavered from my class winner. She's the one that combines some substance with structural integrity and look. I think she's a nicely balanced female. I think that needs to win this class. And then I think second, third, and fourth offer some sort. And I wouldn't argue with you which one that you want to justify and move up into the second slot. The female that I chose she's the moderate female that I think is just more maternal in her kind. And when I think about a Hereford female, I think about cows and longevity, and she's the female that's the most correct in her structural build. She's got a more maternal look to her. She's flatter shouldered than the female that's in second. She's square and leveler down her top line and hip, and I just like the female characteristics that I see in a low maintenance brood cow and the young lady's female that comes in second. Now, if horsepower is what you want to talk about, and Hereford bulls and production and performance and mass, that's the young man's heifer that comes in third here. But with all that power, I also read her to be a little bit coarser about her head. I think she's a little bit bigger in her joint. She's a little bit rounder in her muscle pattern. But like I said, if you want to opt for that power and substance and mass and use her in second, I certainly wouldn't argue with you. The female that comes in next is one that presents some challenges for me. I like her quality. I like her look. The challenge that she presents is she green or is she hard? And I think at this age, I just want to see her more advanced in her body. I worry that she's a hard female. If she happens to just be green and she comes, I certainly wouldn't argue with her going second in this particular class. But very competitive trio there to be second, third, and fourth. The young man here that comes in fifth is the one that has the next most quality. She's got a striking look to her from the side. She just runs out of body shape and mass when you compare her to the ones in front of her, but she's certainly got a high quality look with a very long front end there for that young man. Female here that comes in next has some productivity to her. She's got more rib shape than the one in front of her. I just don't read her as having as much foot and bone as the one in front of her. A very moderate framed, practical kind of female comes in next. I just want to make her a little bit bigger, a little bit longer necked, and then the female that closes the class just happens to have the least amount of quality in this particular set. Nice set of females with some variation there. Like I said, if you want to switch them up, I wouldn't argue with you a lot. Pretty adamant about my class winner there. Congratulations to those kids.
Results from Class 25. First place went to Cruz Redden from Bloomington, Indiana. Second to Hallie Hughes from Noblick, Kentucky. Third went to Braxton Cooper from Vevey, Indiana. Fourth to Levi Womack from Pembroke, Kentucky. Fifth to Colin Hulsman from Raleigh, Illinois. Sixth went to Emily Tabor. Seventh to Neely Conrad, and eighth to Sadie Jo Brown. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Now in the ring we have Class 26. I would like to take this opportunity to go ahead and introduce our judge for today. I know it's a little bit late in the game, but we finally have a good, decent crowd. So our judge for the day is Kendall Brimmer. He graduated from Iowa State University with a bachelor's degree in ag business in 2003, and that's when he started Brimmer Show Cattle. His family has been raising elite mains seed stock since the 70s. The Bremer program has now been selling over 100 head a year, with over 10 breeds being represented. They run 120 cows, with more than half being recip cows that are utilized in an extensive embryo program. He believes that sex and sexing of semen is the future of raising elite show cattle. Currently, about half of their matings are for show steers and the other half are for seed stock. Bremer Show Cattle has had a hand in over 100 grand or reserve grands at several major shows, including the Nail in Louisville, right here, the American Royal in Kansas, Denver, and Cattlemen's Congress. So please join me in welcoming our judge for the day, Kendall Bremer.
A class a lot like the last one, and I believe firmly that we've got a class winner in the young man's heifer. She's the big-footed, rugged female that's nice at the stand. She combines a quality look with mass and power, and I think she needs to start. And then I think second, third, and fourth, we've got some variation again. But the young man certainly got a high-quality class winner here that needs to win. Then here the heifer in second. There's no doubt I'd like to freshen her up in her condition, lean her up, and then I think might get more competitive here. And if you want to work her down because she's so advanced in that, it makes me wonder just a little bit about her long-term growth curve. Is she moderate and not easy doing? She looks like the kind that can stay in shape on nothing but a round bale. But of the remaining set, I think she's the best on her feet and legs. I like the angle to her shoulder and knee. I like the way that she flexes out of her hock and pastern. I like her rib shape. I like her width when you get in behind her. The young lady's heifer that ends up in third. At the stand, she can certainly be second. You love her female look up front. You like how refined she is about her skull and her jaw. You like the way her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. I read her to be a little bit straighter in the angle to her shoulder than the one that goes in second. She wants to get up in her spine right behind her shoulder blade just a notch. But I prefer her hip posture over the one that's in third. There's no doubt the one that's in third is rounder ribbed and more robust. She probably is more relaxed in her shoulder, but she wants to break behind her shoulder just a nickel. She's not as square from her hooks to pins as the one that we find in third. That's a competitive set of females there in the top end. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, presentation and bone is what gets her there. We want to soften her up in her body compared to the ones in front of her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next is an interesting one to me. She's sound in her structure. She's good balanced. Maybe not presented to the degree of the ones in front of her, but I think that female's got an awful bright future that can work up in this particular class on down the road. The female that comes in next, we just want to open her up in terms of her rib shape, give her some more spring of rib. The female that closes the class is one that has some structural qualities and length of body. She's just a very green in this particular setting. Congratulations to those individuals, especially the class winner.
Results from Class 26. First place went to Quentin Ray from Brooksville, Kentucky. Second place went to Marley Granis from Flemingsburg, Kentucky. Third to Delaney Chester from Oregon, Ohio. Fourth went to Rylan Hines. Fifth to Laura Franklin. Sixth to Harley Watson. Seventh to Landon Mansfield. And eighth to Chinsley Hopwood. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Now in the ring we have Class 27 of our Herford females.
Good trio of Herford females here as we progress in this particular division, and the one that starts I think does so quite handily. She's a beautifully balanced female that's got some look to her. She's maybe not as smooth as some of the class winners that we've seen in her shoulder, and maybe not quite as aesthetically pleasing in her hind leg as some, but I think she's very, very high quality, and we'll break her down further here in the champion drive. But congratulations to that young lady. Then I think you can flip-flop this pair if you want to. I like the extra size and length that this young man heifer has. I think she's got a better hind leg than the young lady's heifer that closes the class. I'd like to relax her in her shoulder and knee just a little bit, but a good female here to go second. The young lady's heifer that closes is moderate. She's the best concluding heifer that we've had here so far in the Herford show. She's moderate and easy fleshing. She's got some balance and eye appeal to her. Just want to make her more collected here as we ask her to lead. But a good set of Herford females there again.
Results from Class 27. First place went to Hallie Hughes from Knoblich, Kentucky. Second to William Sexton from Nicholasville, Kentucky. And third went to Brindley Pace from New Washington, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring we have Class 28. This is the last class of our Herford division.
Another very good pair of Hereford females here, and yet the one that starts does so. She's got that high quality look from the side. She's beautifully balanced. She's just sound enough as we ask her to go. We might want to relax her in her top line just a little bit. She'll be another fun one to evaluate and for their detail here as we bring them out for our champion drive. But congratulations to that young man on bringing a fallborn here that's fresh, still has a lot of quality to her. Young lady's heifer that comes in next. She's a good heifer as well. She's got some fundamental soundness to her. She's maybe not quite as stout at the surface or as robust in her rib cage as the class winner, but that's a very high quality female here to go second. Congratulations to those two kids.
Results from Class 28. First place went to Levi Womack from Pembroke, Kentucky. Second to Emily Tabor from Garfield, Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. In our Herford Division drive from Class 23, we have Emily Tabor. Class 24, first place went to Luke Keith. From Class 25, Cruz Redden. Class 26, Quentin Ray. Class 27, Hallie Hughes. And from Class 28, we have Levi Womack. Congratulations to all of those exhibitors.
extremely competitive Herford lineup out here as we get the class winners back to contend for your champion. And it starts with the Fallborn. She's one that I think's got a very, very bright future. She's a good-looking female that's very sound in her running gear. She's beautifully balanced, and I think she's one that if a guy wanted to gamble, I'm not certain that he'd be real wrong in using her up there today, but I think you're gambling quite a bit if you do. But I think that heifer does have that much quality and that much future to her. I do like that heifer a great deal. The young man here in Class 2 beat an awful high-quality female. Has just wanted to be more of a show heifer today, and she's still a good-looking female. She's one of the three of them out here I think a guy needs to consider strongly for your champion. She's a female that's maybe not quite as square in her hip as a couple others that are in contention, but I like her foot size, I like her bone, I like her body condition. She's got a good look to her from the side and still has a very round, robust rib cage to her. Good kind of a female there here in that class. The young man's heifer that's out of Class 3, she's as loose skeletoned as any of them. You love the slope and angle that she has to her shoulder and knee. She's got the most flexible hock and pastern of any of them, but she's a female that runs out of width compared to a couple of them. You'd like to expand her right in there behind her shoulder, strengthen her up in her top line just a little bit, but that's a female that's very, very good. Like I said, she's as flexible as any of them that are out here. The young man's heifer here out of Class 4 is one that's got a lot of substance. She's got some look to her. She's got some balance to her. I like her squareness of hip, her levelness of lines. I like the body condition that she's in. She's a female that's just very complete to me. Is she as flexible as the one in front of her? Probably not, but I think she's plenty sound enough, and I think her foot size and shape is very, very good. Very complete heifer there here out of Class 4. Young lady's heifer that comes in next is very good balanced. She's got a nice look to her. She's straight in her lines and square in her hips. She's a sound, mobile kind of female. Maybe not quite as striking of look as what some of them have out here to compete with a couple of the others, but a very, very good female. And then the senior yearling, the program here that's taking care of this one to have her in that kind of body condition is very, very good. She's a female. I wonder about her top line, where that really sits in her. Is she dead level right behind her shoulders and then relaxed at her hook bones just enough? And I think we kind of wonder about her top line when we look at her back leg. It's maybe not quite as comfortable as some, but if you want to use a senior yearling that's fresh in her condition, she's got a good look up front, round, robust rib cage, I certainly wouldn't argue with you a whole lot. My personal favorite is the young man in the middle right here. Congratulations to him. He's going to be champion.
Congratulations to your champion, Herford female, going to Quentin Ray out of Class 26. Coming in for a chance at reserve is Marley Granis.
As this young lady pulls into that slot, she doesn't give up quality any. She's one of the sounder, more functional made females in the drive. You like the slope that she has to her shoulder and knee. She's one that, as we commented in class, is maybe a little bit heavy in her condition for my taste. You'd like to extend her size out. Just wonder what that timeline's going to look like this fall. But her flexibility, if she leans up and continues to grow, she's one that could certainly be reserved. My personal favorite for second choice is the young man out of Class 2. If you could, put your hands together and congratulate him.
Congratulations to your reserve Hereford female, going to Luke Keith out of Class 24. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors. Next, coming in the ring, we have Class 29. This is the beginning of our Limousine breed.
As we move into the Limousine breed here, we've got a commanding class winner again, a very high quality female with a good look to her and a lot of bone and substance. Got all the apparent performance that I need for a May heifer calf, but very good, very high quality, and needs to win this particular class. The young man that comes in second has a moderate size, nice little low maintenance mature cow for him. Just got a heck of a class winner there to start. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 29. Your first place went to Kaylee Minger from Ohio, and your second place went to Eli Thompson from Kentucky. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring, we have Class 30, our second class of limousines.
Another good set of cattle out here in this Limousine division, and the one that starts is a commanding class winner. She's got beautiful presence to her. She's fresh in her condition. She's good on her feet and legs and got some width to her. Just a beautifully presented female here that needs to start. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, she's the greenest in her condition, but I like her feet and legs and the angles that she has compared to the two that follow her. She's a fresh female that's got a tremendous amount of look to her. I think on down the road with some maturity and time, I think you've got a very special project there that's very sound and can only get better on days on feed. The female that comes in next, there's no doubt she is bigger bodied and bolder centered, but as you study the angle to her shoulder, she wants to be more upright, not quite as flexible out of her hind leg either, but that's a female that's got a ton of body and mass and substance, extremely long bodied. Then the young man here that closes the class is a moderate sized one. I think she's a good heifer too. I don't think there's any doubt this is one of the most competitive classes we've had in terms of quality from top to bottom. He just ran into a trio in front of him that he can't get around today. But congratulations to these youngsters. Very nice class winner there to start.
Results from Class 30. First place went to Brody Bernard, Windsor, Illinois. Second to Lily Miles from Morgantown, Indiana. Third went to Amanda Purvis. And fourth went to Grant Helginger. Now in the ring we have Class 31. This is a single entry, and at the conclusion of this class we will be selecting our limousine drive.
Striking female here from the side is this young lady, single entry class winner. She's got a beautiful front end on her. She's got a nice rib cage to her. It'll be interesting to see where she fits here when we break her down more in the champion drive. But congratulations to this young lady on a competitive single entry.
Congratulations to your first place in Class 31, Aubrey Shank from Boonesboro, Maryland. Congratulations. Now coming in, we have our drive for our limousine breed. From Class 21, we have Kaylee Minger. From Class 30, Brody Bernard. And Class 31, Aubrey Shank.
Very good trio of limousine heifers out here, and within a set of very good cattle. I think the young man here in the middle, doesn't take long to find him. Let's congratulate him on his champion limousine heifer. We bring that second in, and now amongst these three, I think it gets very close. The young lady up here out of Class 1 has the most bone and substance in any of them. She's got a tremendous amount of width and power. She's not as refined about her head and neck and tidy in her chest as the female that was second in that particular class. If you want to use her because of her mass and substance, certainly wouldn't argue with you at all. The young lady here that was second in that class got a beautiful front end in her. She's extremely flexible off of both ends, very refined and ladylike about her look. You want to just give her more oomph and substance to her, but if you want to use her because of her flexibility and soundness, certainly wouldn't argue with you there at all either. Then the heifer out of Class 3 is kind of in the middle of those two in terms of body and look, where she comes up a little bit shorter as she wants to get up on her tailhead and maybe be just a little bit straighter in her hock. But if you want to say she's the combination out of Class 1 and 2, I certainly wouldn't argue with you there. I just wish she was a little bit more flexible at the ground. I'm going to gamble just a little bit here. I'm going to use the young lady out of Class 2 to be reserve. If you could, congratulate her.
Congratulations to your champion Limousine female going to Brody Bernard out of Class 30, and your reserve Limousine female went to Kaylee Minger from Class 29. Congratulations to them. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 32, the beginning of our main breed.
Perhaps one of the closest pairs that we've had today so far, as this said, as we start into the maintainers, and both of them represent a lot of quality, and both of them we'd like to change just a little bit. The one that starts the class has so much substance and dimension to her. She's so big-bodied and stout when you get in behind her, and yet she does have a feminine front end to her. She's tight in her throat latch and flat enough in her shoulder. I'd like to clean her up in her bone work just a little bit, but I think with that, I think she gets out and goes a notch better than the one that we have in second. The one that we have in second is prettier. She is tighter at her throat latch and jawline. She is a little longer necked, I do like her, the way that her hock sets into her. I just wish she'd get out and go just a notch more flexible to match the way that she's built in terms of bone and density that she has. But that's a very high quality pair of females there in this particular class to be first and second. Congratulations to those two kids. Single entry class winner here. That's going to be a nice addition to the drive. Very feminine up front and extremely flexible on her feet and legs. It's tough to get a read on her there and her spine. We got a few steps, and I think she lays in there quite nicely. It certainly does here at the stand. So congratulations to this young man. She'll be a fun one to have out here in the champion drive.
Congratulations to your first place single entry in Class 32A, Carter Pruitt from Danville, Indiana. We're now selecting our main division. Attention to our maintainer exhibitors. If you are in Class 33, please make your way into the West Hall from the hallway. You can't show unless you come all the way into the show ring.
We got a trio of high quality females out here in the main Anjou division, and I'm a little disappointed as a main Anjou breeder that we've only got three, but at least we didn't see a low quality main Anjou. We got to see three high quality ones. So share with you my thoughts that I see here real quick. The one that's out of Class 1, that winner is so stout and robust in her rib cage and very massive when you get in behind her. And for that amount of power, she's got a very attractive front end. She's not as refined in her skull and head as what the two are that are behind her. but she takes all that power and moves okay. She's just a notch terminal look to me when we get her back out here in the way that her skull's designed and the way that her bone sits onto her skeleton. But that's a very, very high quality female that represents a lot of positive traits for that young man. The female here out of Class 2, she's the one that's probably the best on the move. She sets down on the most correct foot and the cleanest in her joints. She's got a feminine look to her. She's beautifully balanced. Just a very complete kind of female, and like that second out of the first class, like we said, is very refined as well. I just wish she got out and went just a little bit more collectively for the way that she's built. I love her look, I love her muscle, I love her feminine traits about her. With that said, the young man out of Class 2 here, he's going to be champion, and the young man out of Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to your champion, Maine female, going to Carter Pruitt out of Class 32A from Danville, Indiana. Your reserve goes to Jackson Stevens from Greensburg, Indiana. Congratulations to our Maine exhibitors. Now entering the ring, we have Class 33. This is the beginning of our maintainer breed.
Very high quality. Very high quality class of maintainers from top to bottom. And there's a lot of good throughout the entire class. And the one that I chose to start with, I like her freshness. I like her age appropriateness. I like the way that she blends from her shoulder into her forerib. She's as collected and nice on the posture as she is at the stand as she is on the move. If you want to pick on her, she runs downhill just a little bit. But she's so good from her shoulder into her forerib. She's so square from her hooks to her pins. I like her size. I like the continuation that she shows me as well. Just a very good, complete kind of female that I choose to start. The young lady's Heifer in second from the stand and from a ways back. She gives you a big, high-quality look to her. She's got a long old neck in her. She's massive in her body and rib cage. She's not as good from her shoulder into her forerib. She's not as square and level to her hooks to her pins. I don't think she moves as coordinated as the class winner, but that's getting awful picky on a very high quality one to be second. The young lady's Heifer that's in third is one that gives you a striking look as well. She's a little bit flatter in her rib cage than the one that I chose to go second. I read her to be a little bit more vertical in her shoulder than the one that I chose to go second, but that's also getting very picky on a high-quality female here in this particular class. Like the look that she gives you. Very nice hind leg about her. The red heifer here that comes in fourth brings a lot of quality as well. She just ran into three of them that got a ton of power and look, but that heifer's fresh. She's juvenile. She's sound. Just doesn't have quite as much as the ones that we find in front of her, but a very good female there as well. Really striking, high-quality female here that comes in fifth. She just runs out of gas in terms of body, wants to be a little bit more upright on both ends when you compare them to those ones in front of her, but that's a very good set of females here. The one that comes in next is more moderate and sensibly sized than the ones in front of her. She's very nicely balanced. She's square in her hip, just doesn't have quite as much foot and bone as a few of them in front of her or quite as much performance. The blue heifer that comes in next is sound and flexible. She's probably got more slope to her shoulder and knee than the one in front of her. She's straight in her lines. We just need to see more to her rib cage, open her up there. The young man's baldy that closes the class has got some length of side and levelness of lines, just like a couple of them. We just need to see more to her. Congratulations to those exhibitors on a nice set of heifers here in this maintainer show.
Results from Class 33. First place went to Hogan Hendrickson from Farmland, Indiana. Second to Whitney Swain from Rockville, Indiana. Third went to Whitney Emmerling from South Vienna, Ohio. Fourth to Riley Green from Maysville, Michigan. Fifth to Lily Sigafus from South Whitley, Indiana. Sixth place went to Ava Priest. Seventh to Todd Weinel, and eighth to Caden Ray. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Now in the ring we have Class 34.
Awesome trio of maintainer heifers here, and the one that starts does a good job of combining some stoutness of rib and having enough width with a ladylike look. You like her length of neck and flatness of shoulder and cleanliness of joints and still getting around the ring well enough. She's not the stoutest boned or footed one that we've seen all day, but I think she's got enough to win this particular class. There's no doubt the red heifer does have that added substance. She is bigger boned. She is stouter hipped. She just reads to me to be a nickel terminal in her kind. I'd like to tone her down in her skull, shoulder, and her joints, but that's a very high quality female that needs to be second in this particular class. The young man's heifer that's third certainly does have some quality. That's a high quality female to conclude a class. You like her length of body. She's feminine. We just want to change the way that she goes in her pastern, add some depth of heel to her foot there, but that's a high quality female there to be third in this particular class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 34. First place went to Brooklyn Fletcher from Ellettsville, Indiana. Second to Peyton Jones from Salem, Indiana. And third went to Caden Kaiser from Liberty, Indiana. Now in the ring we have a single entry Class 35. At the completion of Class 35 we will be selecting our maintainer division.
We got a nice moderate frame female here to win this particular single entry class. She's got some balance and look. Congratulations to you, young lady. You'll be a nice addition to the champion drive. Very good lineup of maintainer cattle out here. The young lady here in the single entry class, she's got the moderate framed one. She's good balance. She's level in her lines. Maybe doesn't have as much horsepower as a few of them in this class or division. Want to see some more size and performance to her to compete. The young lady here out of the second class has one that's just very maternal. You like her rib shape and her body. You like her freshness that she has. maybe needs some more foot and bone when we compare her to a couple of them in this particular division, but that's an awful high quality female to be very proud of out here in this lineup. And then we got the one out of the first class there that's just so nicely made. She's good at the ground. She's fresh. She's smooth from her shoulder into her forerib. She's nicely balanced and square and level out through her hip. Like I said, if we're going to get ultra critical on one that I think special, she runs downhill just a notch, but I think that one's very good. The heifer that was second in her particular class is very good on the move. You want to fix her in her forerib just a little bit, square her up in her hip, but she's got a commanding presence and amount of body. If you could put your hands together for the youngsters out of Class 1, they'll be your champion in reserve in this particular division.
Congratulations to your champion maintainer out of Class 33, Hogan Hendrickson from Farmland, Indiana. Your reserve maintainer came out of the same class, Whitney Swain from Rockville, Indiana. Congratulations.
Nice little single entry red Angus for this youngster, little June female that's got time on her side. Very good female here that's got some balance and body. Might want to stouten her up at the surface just a notch, but high quality female for this youngster. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Tillman DeRosset from Glasgow, Kentucky with his first place in his single entry class. Coming in the ring, we have Class 37 Red Angus females.
Really good set of Red Angus females here from top to bottom. We got a nice top pair, and then within that, I like the right red heifer to win. She's striking from the side. She's bold in her rib cage. She's fresh in her condition. She's juvenile yet. She's got a lot of substance to her. She's really heavy structured, and then she handles that structure and gets out and goes very, very well. There's no doubt the female that's second is more refined about her head. She's a shot longer necked and tidier there at her throat latch. She's just not quite as heavy structured at the ground, not quite as flexible as what I find in the class winner, but that's getting awful picky on a very good female here to be second. The young lady's heifer that comes in third has a substance of bone advantage over the one in second. She's not as good looking from the point of her shoulder forward, doesn't have as much rib cage or body mass as the ones that we find in one and two. Very practical female here that comes in fourth. She's moderate and long-bodied. She gets out and goes well enough. We just want to see more foot size and bone to her and stouten her structure up. The female that closes the class is moderate and big-bodied. I just want to tone her condition down, make her more feminine through her front third of her body. But that's a nice set of Red Angus heifers with a very, very high-quality first and second. Congratulations to those kids. Another nice pair of Red Angus females here, and the one that I started, I like the amount of bone that she has. She's a moderate, big-bodied kind of female that's got enough look to her to win this particular class. The one that comes in second, she is deep-sided, and she is chubby and easy fleshing. That kind of works towards her disadvantage. I want to freshen her up just a little bit. That'll make her front end a little more attractive. Like to give her a shot more substance of bone when we compare her to the class winner. Nice pair of females here that'll be a nice addition to the champion drive.
Results from Class 37. First place went to Colin Zuckschwert from Bloomfield, Indiana. Second place went to Andrew Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Third to Leah Bout from Hope, Indiana. Fourth to Audrey Carter from Center, Kentucky. And fifth place went to Alice Swatzer from Lasonia, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Results from Class 38. First place went to Audrey Carter. Second place to Caden Kephart.
Young lady brought us a senior yearling here that's a nice female to add to the lineup. Got some rib cage to her. She's got a nice fundamental hind leg. We might want to clean her up just a little bit up front, give her more slope to her knee, but that's a very high quality female. It's going to be a nice addition to the drive. Thank you.
Congratulations to Maddie Ethington from Danville, Kentucky with her first place in Class 39. Now entering the ring is Class 40. This is our last class of Red Angus females.
Another good pair of falls here. Come help get her, sis. Young lady that starts the class, you love her structural build, the way that her foot is placed on her hind leg and the set that she has to her hock. She's got good slope to her shoulder and knee. The concern with her is what's her mature size going to be, and that's a judgment call a guy's going to have to make. Pretty moderate female for an early fall, but one that you have to admire the freshness that she has and the quality that she's in and the structural build that she has. Congratulations to that young lady. The female here that comes in second has some muscle mass and some dimension. We just want to increase her quality a little bit to compete with the one in front of her. Going to be a fun drive here to evaluate in a second.
Congratulations to Michaela Massey from London, Kentucky for first place in Class 40. Second place went to Audrey Carter from Center, Kentucky. Now coming in the ring, we have our Red Angus division. For the first class, we have Tillman DeRosset. From the Class 37, Colin Zuckschwertz. Class 38, Audrey Carter. From Class 39, Maddie Ethington. And from Class 40, Michaela Jo Massey. Just another reminder for all of our exhibitors, if you do receive a breed champion or reserve, please make sure to go and get your backdrop pictures done with Lindy over at the entrance to the pavilion. Once again, make sure to get those breed champion and reserve backdrop photos done with Lindy going into where the steer show is.
Very good lineup of Red Angus females out here from top to bottom, and I think it's ultra competitive. I think there's a heifer that does the best job of combining some structural quality and substance with potential continuation. That's the young man out of Class 2. Let's go ahead and congratulate him. I think it's very close for reserve with this pair of females down here on the end. The female that's the senior yearling, you got to commend her for bringing a moderate-sized one to the show and then yet being fresh and having a flat shoulder to her, neck ties in high to her. The question is, where does she land in terms of performance and size? She's not perfect in her shoulder angle, but it's acceptable, and that's just what you got to ask yourself. Is she big enough long-term? And I'm not familiar enough with the Red Angus breed, but there's probably some bulls that we can add some size and scale to. But you certainly like the back leg that she has and her levelness of hip. The female that was second there in the first class, you've got to admire her look. You like her continuation as far as size goes. You just wonder, is her back leg going to hold up well enough on down the road? So once again, I think that's a very competitive pair, and I think it's very close. If you want to flip-flop them around ringside, I certainly won't argue with you or fight with you much. Today, I'm going to use the young lady's Fallborn to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Thank you. Congratulations to your champion, Red Angus female, going to Colin Zuckschwert from Bloomfield, Indiana. Your reserve Red Angus female goes to Michaela Massey out of Class 40 from London, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 41, a single entry to start off our Shorthorn division.
Young lady's got a real nice prospect here. She's very attractive up front and juvenile. Got a lot of time to, fill out and hit her end point, but a very high quality calf here in this single entry division as we start the Shorthorns. Congratulations to her. Nice pair of young Shorthorn heifers here. The young lady's got one that's certainly stout and robust. Got an attractive look to her. Handles this class quite easy. The young lady's heifer that comes in second, you got to admire her structure quality and her balance. Just needs more substance and oomph to get around the one that goes ahead and wins the class. So congratulations to these two exhibitors on a couple nice projects.
Congratulations to our single entry winner from Class 41, Goldie Bowman from North Salem, Indiana. From Class 42, first place went to Guinevere Bowman from North Salem, Indiana. Your second place went to Davy Thompson from Campbellsville, Kentucky. Coming in the ring now, we have Class 43.
Very good class of Shorthorn heifers with some size variation, and I think there's a lot of trade-offs amongst these first and second here that can be flip-flopped if you so choose. The heifer that I start with, I think she's the best in her angles. She doesn't win because she's the biggest or the stoutest. I feel like she's got more slope to her shoulder and knee and a nickel more set to her hock. She is very round-ribbed. She is the stoutest. She is the biggest bodied, but that's not why I chose to use her. It's the slope to her front end that I chose to start with. She's all I need in terms of condition. I wouldn't mind freshening her up just a notch. That chest floor tucks into her just a little bit better. And that heifer in second has that advantage. And like I say, if you want to flip-flop this pair because you like the condition and the attractiveness of this one that's in second, I'm not going to argue with you. She's tighter in her chest. She's flatter in her shoulder. She's a little squarer hip than the one that wins the class. I just read her to be a nickel more upright in her knee. Doesn't have quite the substance of bone, but that's getting picky on one that's very, very high quality. I like them too a great deal. This heifer that's in third's not a slouch, folks. This is a good Shorthorn heifer. She's got a good look to her. She's got some rib and body. She's got two of them that's very, very high quality to be first and second. You need to be very proud of your heifer here that's third in a competitive class, young man. Congratulations to you. The young man's heifer that comes here in fourth is just skinny. She needs some more time on feed, but she's got a lot of got a lot of right parts to her. We just need to advance her in her body condition, get her to open up a little bit. But I love her presentation, like the way this young man showed the calf. Congratulations to him. The young man that closes the class just runs out of quality in this particular setting. Congratulations to those exhibitors on a competitive Shorthorn class.
Results from Class 43. First place went to Jacelyn Thomas from Dunlap, Tennessee. Second to Colton Greenhahn from Waynesville, Ohio. Third to Wesson Ward. Fourth to Lakin Martin. Fifth to Anthony Jordan Hall. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Now in the ring, this is our last class of Shorthorn females.
Gonna have a heck of a Shorthorn drive here in a minute. Strawberry Roan heifer here that starts is just beautifully balanced from the side. She's fresh in her condition. She gets out and goes well enough. She's got a nice foot on her. She gets out and flexes it well. Got some substance and width to her pin bones there. One I like a great deal. Congratulations to that young lady. Young man here in second's got another fresh one with a long neck. She's got some width to her chest floor. She's got a big, bold rib cage in her. Just want to give her more substance of bone when we compare her to that one that goes ahead and starts. Maybe soften her up just a little bit in her lower body as well. But that young man bought two good heifers here. Very highly presented. Congratulations to him. They've both got a bright future in front of them. Young man's heifer here that comes in next. You got to admire her fleshing ability for a Shorthorn female, and and her size to her. She's got some body. Just want to make her more collected as we ask her to lead. But a nice heifer here to conclude this class. Congratulations to those 3 exhibitors.
Results from Class 44. First place went to Reagan James from Plymouth, Indiana. Second to Colton Greenhorn, Waynesville, Ohio. And third place went to Lane McCall from Eminence, Kentucky. Now we're going to bring in our Shorthorn division. From Class 41, we have Goldie Bowman. From Class 42, Guinevere Bowman. From Class 43, Jacqueline Thomas, and from Class 44, Reagan James.
Folks, let's put our hands together for these Shorthorn exhibitors. This is a good lineup. I guess it's only fitting that the best Shorthorn show in the world happens here in November at the North American, and we've got a lineup of females that I think these will all be strong contenders to be in that lineup again come November. And I wanted the seconds out here because they're certainly very high quality and they need to be discussed as well. The division starts with the young man's fall-born heifer there that's got a great look to her. You know, she's pretty juvenile to be competitive out here, but she's got a lot of look and a lot of balance, and time will be on her side to progress. Young lady's heifer there out of Class 2. She's got a striking look to her. She's got some foot and bone under her, just enough. Maybe not quite the overall pizzazz as a couple of them behind her, but I think that's a heifer that can win that summer division quite often. I think you need to be very proud of that calf and do a good job with her this summer, and I think it'll reward you on down the road. Very good calf. The beast here comes out of Class 3. There's no doubt this thing can do a lot of stuff. There's a lot of Shorthorn bulls she can be mated to, and there's a lot of club calf bulls she can be mated to and can be quite lucrative on down the road. She might not be quite as mobile as a couple of them that are out here, and I would like to freshen her up in her condition just a little bit to get picky on her, but that's a female you have to admire for the amount of substance and mass that she has and still have a beautiful side view profile. Very, very good heifer. Then you get the strawberry roan heifer out here, and she's one that just combines so many traits that I like. She's late maturing, she's fresh in her condition, and yet for being fresh, she's one of the bigger bodied females. You like the foot shape that she has, the way that she uses her hind leg, got just enough width to her. If we want to pick on her just a little bit, she might run downhill just a notch, but I think that's getting picky of an awful good one. Then we've got a fundamental basic female here that's going to be a nice little cow for this young lady. And then we got the second to the beast out here that is very feminine and flat-shouldered. We just, comparative to a couple of them, we'd like to give her just a shot more slope to her knee, and that's getting very, very critical of her. There's a chance this one can be the best one long term. That thing's awfully good. Just like I said, want to give her just a little more slope up front. You love her balance, you love her body, you love her muscle pattern. Maybe not quite the stoutness or structure of a couple of them, but that thing's very, very good. And then the second out of the last class has a striking look as well, but we'd just like to stouten her up at the surface just a little bit too. So if you could put your hands together to these kids, I'll show you my two favorites and congratulate them. Nice Shorthorn show. Very good.
Congratulations to your champion Shorthorn female going to Reagan James out of class 44, and your reserve champion Shorthorn went to Jacqueline Thomas out of class 43. Now coming in the ring, we have class 46, the star of our Shorthorn Plus division.
Really high quality May heifer here that's being nervous with the only one out here, but she'll be a nice addition to the champion lineup here as we move through the Shorthorn Pluses. She's got a lot of quality and balance to her. She's certainly juvenile in her appearance yet, and I commend the young lady for bringing a fresh heifer here. We'll break her out more in more detail when she gets some friends out here. Congratulations to this young single entry. quality pair of Shorthorn Plus females here as we continue out here. The young lady's heifer that starts, there's no doubt she's got a performance advantage, but that's not why she wins. It's her build up front, the way that she sets her pastern down. She's a striking female from the side with plenty of look and power, a lot of quality to her. That's all I need in a March heifer in terms of size and scale, but I like her fundamental build at the ground and surface with a high quality look. The heifer that comes in next, I appreciate her freshness and her age appropriateness. I like the length of her neck. I like the way her chest sits into her. I just want to change her as she meets the surface up front. Once in a while, she'll want to be just a little bit rigid on an ankle. I like her freshness of condition, the rib shape that she has for that, as well as the muscle. Got a bright future in front of her as well. Then the young lady that closes the class obviously has a moderate-sized, easy fleshing one. Just needs more horsepower to get around the two in front of her. Congratulations to those kids.
Placings from Class 47. First place went to Mallory Inskeep from Lafayette, Indiana. Second to Katie Sparks from Shirley, Indiana. And third place went to Sawyer Thompson from Kentucky. Entering the ring now, we have our final class of Shorthorn Plus females, Class 48.
Another good pair of females here, and then the young lady's fallborn here is so fresh and sound. She's good-footed. She gets out and goes very, very well. Really complete female. To be at this stage in her maturity and look as high quality as she does, and her chest tucked up in there and her body condition be right. She's got some width, got some mobility. Heifer looks very nice. Congratulations to her. Then the young lady's heifer that comes in second certainly is moderate with a ton of body. Just need to give her more size and performance to compete with the one in front of her. Going to be a fun division here to evaluate in a second.
Congratulations to Alyssa Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee with her first place Shorthorn Plus female. Your second place in that class goes to Maggie Potter from Pikeville, Tennessee. Coming in for our division, we have Paisley Van Horn from Morgantown, Indiana from Class 46. In Class 47, we have Mallory Inskeep. And from Class 48, Alyssa Meyer. Just a reminder to all of our exhibitors, if you are called to the makeup ring and you have not checked in with our makeup ring team, then you're not checked in for the show. So please make sure that you come in to the West Hall, or at least into the hallway, so that we can see that you are here and ready for your show.
very high quality lineup of Shorthorn pluses out here, and for not a lot of numbers, it's certainly going to be a very, very good champion in reserve here. And the young lady's heifer here that starts us off is not wanting to be a show calf today like a handful of them have, but I think she's got a bright future. This young lady keeps up with her. I think she's going to progress and get her back home after the first show. She's going to fill up. A lot of the mold is there. She's good in her angles. She's got some body for being skinny and juvenile. She's got a nice back leg to her. We just need to get her to open up as we take her home and progress, but that's what a juvenile young heifer calf should look like. Then the March female here, she's got a big-time presence to her. She's long-bodied and long-hipped. She's got a nice back leg. Every once in a while, she'll want to get just a little pigeon-toed, but that's a very, very good heifer that's got a big-time future to her. She's maybe not quite as square in her hip as the female that comes right behind her, but that's a very, very high-quality Shorthorn Plus heifer that can win a lot of shows. The young lady's blonde heifer that comes in next, it's hard to find a senior yearling that's this fresh yet in her condition. She's so right in her chest and so good in her body and balance. I love her feet. I love how she gets out and goes. She's long and level-hipped and just one I've got to admire a great deal. Very good heifer. Then we got a couple of seconds that are very nice. They're a little bit more moderate. They're both very nicely balanced. I especially like the look of this one here. I just wish she had a running gear to compete with the heifers out of class 2 and 3 that got her. But that heifer is going to win a lot of shows and have a lot of fun on down the road this summer. If you could, put your hands together. Congratulate your Shorthorn Plus exhibitors on a very competitive drive.
Congratulations to your champion Shorthorn Plus female, going to Alyssa Meyer from Clinton, Tennessee. Your reserve Shorthorn Plus female went to Mallory Inskeep from Lafayette, Indiana. Congratulations to our Shorthorn Plus exhibitors. Now have class 49 entering the ring. This is the beginning of our Simmental breed.
Nice little fall-born Simmental here. Got the right attributes to go on and make a nice big heifer. She's sound on her feet and legs. Going to be a nice addition to the drive. Got the right amount of body and appropriate size and got a beautiful front end. Very nice purebred heifer here to get started. Congratulations to you. This pair of Simmental heifers on the top of this class offer as much debate as any top pair that we've seen today, and I flip-flopped them back and forth in my head a couple times, and I certainly wouldn't argue you if yours goes second and you tell me she should be first, because I can see it happening. I chose to start with this young lady's heifer not because of her size or performance advantage. I like the length of her neck. I like the length of her spine just a notch better than the one that comes in second. The one that's, I think they're pretty similar as we ask them to go on their feet and legs. The one that's in second, there's no doubt she's more moderate. She does blend smoother from her shoulder into her forerib and a nickel square hip. I just like to extend her out, make her maturity curve a little bit later and longer. If she continues to do that, I think there'll be lots of times on down the road where you can get around the one that goes ahead and starts. But that's a very high quality pair of Simmental heifers here to be first and second. Congratulations to those two young ladies. The heifer that comes in next has some performance and body, just a little bit steeper in her shoulder than the heifer that goes, or the two in front of her. And then the heifer that closes the class is just the off performance one. Doesn't have as much quality as the ones that we find in front of her. But very good set of heifers there. Very challenging pair on top that offer a lot of quality to both those two females. Just a single entry march here that's got some balance and quality to her. She'll be a nice addition to the champion drive. Might want to stouten her up at the surface just a little bit, but a high quality female here for this young lady that's going to make a nice project all year. Congratulations to you.
Getting caught back up on results from our Simmental classes. Your first place in Class 49 went to Mackenzie Emerson. Class 50, first place went to Anna Webble. Second to Laura Franklin. Third to Jamie Rugels. Fourth to Nash Wunderlich. From Class 51, your first place went to Lainey McAllister. And in the ring currently, we have Class 52 Simmental females.
incredible class of Simmental cattle and a very, very high quality top trio of females here that all have class advantages. And I'll just share with you my thoughts that I see in them. And we'll go from there. And if you want to flip-flop stuff around ringside, I'm not going to argue with you a whole lot. I'll just share with you my thoughts. And the young lady's heifer that starts, I think she's the smooth one from the side. I think she's long and sleek-necked. I think she's flat-shouldered. I think she's straight in her lines. I'd maybe like to raise her up in her pin bones just a little bit. And once in a while, she wants to be a little awkward in her ankle. There's zero looking at her conformationally that says she should have any trouble in her ankle. Just once in a while, she'll give you that kind of a look. But I think we can pick on all three of them structure. So structure is not the placing point here for me. I like the feminine look. I like the size. I like the way that her top line stays collected on the move. I like the way that she hinges in her hock. Once again, I'd like to change her pastern just a little bit. I like the slope that she has to her shoulder and knee. The red female here that comes in second, if you want to take her and start with her and say that's the one that can raise a Simmental bull, I'm not going to argue with you. She's got some big-time pieces. And what's interesting about both of these is their strengths vary. Both of them have look attributes as well as mass attributes. This one is a little bit longer necked. She's a little tidier in her throat latch. She's not quite as refined about her head. She's not quite as flat in her shoulder. She wants to be just not hooked up quite as well from her shoulder into her forerib. She is square hipped. She probably is bigger boned and bigger footed. When we ask her to go, the best way that I can describe it is she's just a little bit clumsy. And if that all comes together, there's no doubt she can win the class because she's got a commanding presence. She's huge in terms of her center body and rib cage. She is massive when you get behind her, and a female that just has a ton of quality to her, and one I like a great deal. She's just not quite as smooth as the one that I go ahead and start with. The young man's heifer in third is a problem for me because from the point of her shoulder forward, I like her the best. She is the most refined about her head. She's the tightest in her throat latch. She's the freshest in her chest floor. She's good in terms of her body. I just feel like she paddles out of her front end just a little bit. And then if we watch her go, she's just not as collected in her top line. I read her to be a little bit shorter hip than those two. But if she shows better and doesn't beat her tail and fight, that might be kind of the issue that you're having with her mobility, just a nickel. And then she can maybe beat the both of them. So I think that's a very, very high quality heifer there. Somebody had to go third in this class, like that heifer a great deal as well. The young lady's heifer that comes in next, I like her brood cow potential. She's got some body, got some structural. She's just not quite as high quality and good looking as the three in front of you, but you got a very nice brood cow prospect right here. Young man's heifer's got a very good heifer. She's just a little advanced in her chest floor for me. She's flexible on her feet and legs, just not quite as elegant through her front third of her body as the ones we find in front of her, but you also got a very nice little mature cow here on down the road. Young lady's blaze face that comes in next, very striking from the side. You love how she ties that neck high into the top side of her shoulder. She's very straight in her lines. Just of this set, at this particular point, I read her to be the most upright in the angle to her shoulder and knee and a little bit straighter in her hock. The young lady's blaze face white socked heifer here is one that's moderate, going to be fun to raise some stuff out of. She's certainly easy fleshing. We just need to stouten her up at the surface. The young lady that closes the class, you just got an awful good set of cattle in front of you. But congratulations to them. Very competitive trio on the front side of that. Hope you understood my justifications. But once again, if you wanted to re-rack them and place them different, I'm not going to argue with you a whole lot. Congratulations to those kids.
Results from Class 52. First place went to Bristol Damery from Jamestown, Indiana. Second place to Katie Flitzen from New Creek, West Virginia. Third place, Braden Barrow. Fourth to Cassidy Gabbard. Fifth to Owen Flynn. Sixth to Ava Dempsey. Seventh to Lindley McAllister. And eighth to Emily Miller. Congratulations to them.
Very high quality September female here that's going to be a nice addition to the drive. Fresh for a senior yearling. She's got some rib shape and body. Maybe not the stoutest one at the surface that we've seen, but she's going to be a nice female to break down out here in the champion drive. Congratulations to her. If you guys would, around ringside, put your hands together for a very competitive Simmental drive here at the Kentucky Beef Expo. Once again, we got a nice fallborn here that's got a bright future in front of her. She's sound and flexible, maybe not as big at the surface as some of them, but she's a quality calf. Young lady out of class 2 has got a long neck, long bodied one, got some foot and some bone size to her. We'd like to fix her in her forerib and square her up in her hip, but I like the length that she has and the attractiveness that she has up front. Very high quality female. Then we got a moderate size straight lined one here that's good looking, very, very good. And then we've got a very complete heifer here that just paints a picture of an ideal silhouette. She's attractive up front. She's good in her rib shape as well as body depth. She's perfect in terms of her angles at the stand. And the young lady, when she's moving her faster, she does set down better on her pastern, but once in a while she'll want to be just a little bit uneasy on that, and that's the only thing that makes a guy nervous about this calf. But other than that, I like that heifer a great deal. The senior yearling heifer here is very fresh, complete. We'd maybe like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work just a notch, maybe level her out in her underline just a little bit. But that's a very complete female. Then we got a couple of seconds. A really moderate female here that's very sound and flexible, really smooth. Just hope she gets big enough long term. And I think if a guy slow plays her and doesn't get her too fat too quick, I think that'll all come together and be very nice. And then we've got a beastie bold made one here. Like I said, we could tweak on her structure just a little bit, but she's got a high quality look to her from the side with a massive rib cage that's right in her angles as well. So if we could, congratulate this young lady in the green shirt. She'll have your champion purebred Simmental. And the young lady right here with the red heifer will be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your champion, Simmental female, going to Bristol Damery out of Jamestown, Indiana from Class 52. The reserve was also out of Class 52, Katie Flitzen from New Creek, West Virginia. We are now starting our percent Simmental breed with Class 55.
The quality class winners just keep coming here at the Kentucky Beef Expo, and this young heifer's got a killer look right here. She's so ladylike and elegant about her front end, and yet she's got enough body. It matches her mature and her age. I like her condition. She gets out and goes well enough. Very good heifer here to start. Young man here in second, boy, he's got a beastie bodied one. That is a bold rib, big bodied kind of heifer. I think it matches her age and maturity as well. She has just got a huge rib and center body in her. We just like to give her more slope to her knee just a little bit, maybe make her a little bit prettier up front to compete with that one in front of her. But that's a high quality heifer you've got here, young man. Be proud of your calf. Congratulations to those two. challenging class here in the Simmental solution side, and I think where you lay your priorities, you can rack these top trio different if you want to. The one that I land on is the best from the side. She's got the highest quality look, and she's flat in her shoulder. I like her body condition, her appropriateness of size, and our problem that we have with her is she's just too rigid on her ankles. But the angles all read right. The slope to her shoulder and knees right. The set to her hock and pastern is right. I'm not comfortable with her ankle, but the problem is I think there's some structural variations that we can change with all of them behind there. And so once we get past that, this is the good-looking female that's fresh in her chest floor and long and level down her top line and out through her hip. The Blaze Face, she does handle her hind leg better. She wants to open up front, read to be a shot more vertical in the angle to her shoulder. She's a little more protruding in her chest floor. She is long-topped and level throughout her hip, and she does use her hind leg more appropriately than the class winner. So if you want to flip-flop that pair, I certainly wouldn't argue with you. That's just the challenge to the angle to her shoulder for me that gets her in second. The heifer that comes in third, she perhaps is the most flexible of the top trio. But of that top trio, she's also the plainest in her jowl of any. She's the least in the shape to her rib and the flattest when you get in behind her. Just want to open her up just a notch. But that's a very good, sound, functional kind of female that if you wanted to start with her, I'd be okay with that. Young man's heifer that comes, or young lady, excuse me, that comes in next is really big-footed. She's got some power and dimension. I just want to tone her down in her head shape, give her more set to her, or more swoop to her lower body, make her advanced in her rib cage there. But if we put her on some feed, open her rib cage up, she can compete with the trio in front of her. Young man's heifer that comes in next, this is the performance female in the class. She's long-bodied and stout. We just want to fix her in her running gear as well, maybe clean her up in her neck just a notch. Young lady's heifer that comes in here next is very moderate and flexible. I just read her to be a shot conventional for my taste. Young man's red heifer that closes the class, or young lady, excuse me again, has got a striking look to her. Just need to increase her quality from the side and maybe make her more coordinated out of her hind leg. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results from Class 56. First place went to Brooke Curry from Liberty, Indiana. Second to Laura Franklin from Blountsville, Alabama. Third to Lane Reiser. Fourth to Mia Shelton. Fifth, Bryson Hopf. Sixth to Amelia Gripshover. And seventh to Riley Martin. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Now in the ring we have Class 57.
very challenging class of half-blood Simmentals here to evaluate, and there's things we'd certainly change about all of them. When I start to study them and they move, the young man's heifer up here that starts just does it the best. Originally, I really wanted to change her foot and shorten her toe size and deepen up her heel a little bit. But when we can fix that with a pedicure and we get past a pedicure, something we can do cosmetically, from there she simply built the best at the way that she gets out and goes. She's a long-necked female that's flat-shouldered. She's just stout enough and just opened up enough. But I really like the way that she does move in this set of contemporary groups. The young man's heifer here at the stand is one that you like a great deal. She's got some presence. I like her body condition. I like the amount of rib shape that she has. I like her feminine muscle pattern that she has. We just need to fix her ankle just a little bit. She's got plenty of set to her hock, but she doesn't want to set down ever very comfortable on her pastern. We get her over that, and then she wins. I like her foot shape and size. I like her look. I like her body. There are so many good things about this Baldy heifer here. She's robust. She's stout. She's powerful. I think she just pushes the envelope in terms of structure. She's a little bit more forward in her knee. She's not quite as athletic out of her hock and pastern. If you want to start with her, I certainly understand where you're coming from, and that's why I had her up there for a minute. Young lady's heifer that comes in next is a powerful female as well, a ton of body. She's got a decent hind leg. We just like to make her more attractive in the front third of her body when we compare her to the trio in front of her. Young man that comes in next, she is prettier than the young lady in the purples. She just wants to get up in her top line and read to be too straight-fronted for my taste. Young lady that comes out next has a moderate female here that's functional, going to make a nice little cow for the young lady, and the red heifer that closes much the same. She's got some length of body and strength, just need to give her more quality to compete with the ones in front of her. Nice, challenging class of females, 3 of them that are very high quality.
Results from Class 57. First place went to Jagger Baresha from Indiana. Second place to Mason Bout from Hope, Indiana. Third place to Marley Granis. Fourth to Hadley Benner. Fifth to Ethan Laramie. Sixth to Emma Hyatt. And seventh to Selene Peter. Now in the ring we have Class 58.
Young lady's December heifer here certainly got good feet on her. She's a moderate frame female with plenty of body. She'll be a nice representative back out here in the champion drive. Congratulations to her. Another very good senior yearling here that is very high quality. I like her freshness and her body condition that she's got. She moves pretty well. We'll break her down more in the champion drive, but she's certainly going to be very competitive in that lineup. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations to your class winner of Class 58, Janie Ruggles from North Thornville, Ohio. And your first place in Class 58A, Trevor Hale from Galatia, Illinois. Now we're going to be selecting our champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females. From Class 55, we have Laura Franklin from Albertville, Alabama. From Class 56, first place went to Brooke Curry from Liberty, Indiana. From Class 57, first place went to Jagger Baracia. Your class winner of Class 58 was Janie Ruggles, and your winner of Class 58A was Trevor Hale.
We got a very good lineup of percentage Simmentals out here. That was a little bit of challenge to navigate through on where you want to give and take in terms of some structural integrity. But then I think we got a very nice lineup of class winners out here. And it starts with the young heifer. She's just beautiful on the profile. She's the best looking, the best balanced, and the best structured that's out here. She's not the stoutest or the heaviest structured, but she gets out and goes very well, has a very striking silhouette, and I think that's one that's got the running gear and the build to only get better with time. The young lady's heifer in second is the one that you just love at the stand. You love the body that she has, the way that she ties her muscle onto her skeleton. She's got a beautiful front end into her. She's right in terms of her maturity. I love her juvenile, fresh look. I just like to change her pasterns once again. Young man there that ended up winning that competitive class. We talked to her. We'd like to fix her toes. She's not as good looking as some or as opened up as some, but that's a nice bodied kind of female that's very complete. Give her a pedicure, open her up just a notch, and I think she'd be very, very competitive in this lineup as well. That's an awful good female. Then we've got a single entry December here that was big-footed and very athletic, maybe not quite the eye-appealing look that we find in some on either side of her up towards the front, but I think a very functional, low-maintenance kind of cow for the young lady. And then we got a fall-born here that's a senior yearling that you got to appreciate the way that she comes to us. She's still fresh in her condition. She ranks about in the middle in terms of structure. She's got some body and has some power. Might want to tuck her chest back into her just a little bit, especially for being fresh in her condition. There's some things that we can tweak on her, but I think that thing's got a very bright future as well. The heifer I like the best in terms of quality, look, and structural integrities up front. If you could put your hands together for the young lady with the blaze face, you'll have your champion percentage. The young man, as he pulls into contention there for reserve, he's the one that's got the beast-bodied one in this whole show. Her rib cage is immense. The way that it opens up out of the top side of her spine and the belly swoop that she has is incredible. And I think she does that uniquely because I don't think it's because of maturity or overaging. She is just a big-bodied, bold-made female that I think have a lot of fun to breed on. She's maybe not quite as athletic as some that's out here. Maybe not quite as sharp looking as a few of them. I think it gets very, very close for reserve between the senior yearling and this young boy here in the blue vest. I think you can flip a coin amongst that pair. I'm going to use the young man in the blue vest here for reserve. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to your champion percent Simmental female going to Laura Franklin out of class 55 from Albertville, Alabama. Your reserve champion went to Jagger Baresha from Indiana. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. We're now starting our commercial division.
interesting class of commercials as we get them started, and it seems like anymore the commercial divisions either Angus to break some Angus up or they're club calves, and so how you rank them and where you place your emphasis and priorities certainly becomes a challenge, and how you rank stuff and realize that their long-term purpose is totally different. I think you can break type and kind just a shade, if you will, like I did up here on the top end of this class. The female that starts, I think, is the best in her structural build. I like her maternal look. I like her femininity. She's still got some rib cage and body in her. She's got enough muscle to her as well. I feel comfortable with that's the place that I need to land to start. There's no doubt the power female's the smoke that's in two. She is stouter than the females on either side of her. My problem why I don't want to start her is I'd like to change her head shape and just the angles that she has to her structure just a little bit. There's no doubt the female in third is more maternal in her kind. She is extremely refined about her front end. I just feel like she's off in her front end build just a little bit. She doesn't have near as much power as the class winner or the female that comes in second. If you want to keep type and kind and move her to second, I certainly understand where you're coming from. Fourth and fifth here are two that are very similar in their mold. I just like their maternal traits. I like their body. I like the way the muscle ties onto their skeleton as well as their potential continuation for size. I feel like they're a sounder structured female than the club calf influenced heifer that comes in next. Young man's done a nice job presenting his calf. Would have been nice to have a class break where them two heavier ones weren't in here with you. But I just worry about her potential continuation. How big is she ever going to get? Go from there. If she gets big enough, you can certainly move her up a notch or two. The black baldy female here is very attractive and long-sided. We just need to open her up in her body. The female that closes the class does have more body and rib shape. I just read her to be too masculine in her kind, like to change her skull and head shape. Nice class of commercial females. Shake that top end up how you like to, and I certainly won't argue with you a whole lot. Congratulations to those kids. Really a good set of commercial heifers here from top to bottom, and I like the top pair a great deal. They're to me what commercial heifers are supposed to look like. And then within that pair, the one that starts is just overwhelming in terms of her bone density, the way that she sets down on her hind leg, and yet the body that she has. She's not the most exquisite that we've seen up front, and the heifer in second has that advantage, but she's plenty sharp enough up there for my taste today. Congratulations to this young man. The young lady's heifer that comes in second is a shot more refined about her head. She is a freckle, longer necked. She's a long-bodied female. I like the freshness of condition that she comes in. She's not quite as athletic on her hind leg as the one that goes ahead and starts, but that's a very good pair of commercial heifers here in this second class of this division. The red female that comes in next is super stout and beautifully presented. She's got a nice shoulder in her. I think she's the best structured of the ones remaining. I like the slope that she has to her shoulder. She's good in terms of her rib cage. She's maybe not quite as feminine and maternal as the one that stood right in front of you. Young lady's gold heifer here, I switched up. I think she's got a little bit more set to her knee. I like both these down the road for raising some steers. They got some substance while still being sound enough. They've got a quality look to her. This gray heifer that comes in next is really high tying. She's super big boned, one of the biggest bone females that we've seen all day. I just like to set her in at her knee just a notch better. Young man's heifer that comes in next is certainly more maternal than the couple of them in front of her there. She just takes that refinement a notch too far, but she's a big-bodied, bold-centered kind of female, going to make a nice cow for that young man. Then we close the class with a long-sided female that's certainly functional, going to make a nice cow for this young lady on down the road. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Now in the ring is class 61.
Another good set of commercial heifers here, and the one that starts just has more show ring look to her. She's longer necked and flatter shouldered. She's big centered female, gets around the ring well enough in this particular class. Congratulations to that young lady. This heifer here in second's nice as well. She does have more muscle and dimension spread to her. I don't read her to be quite as mobile or quite attractive in the front third of her body, but a very good female here to be second in this particular class. Congratulations to her. As we start to come to the conclusion of our Kentucky Beef Expo Heifer Show, it's certainly been no disappointment. I'm glad they added a commercial heifer division. I'm going to be very comfortable with the two that we use for Grand and Reserve in this set. It's a very good set of cattle. The one that wins the first class is more Angus appearing. She's beautiful in her front end. She's got some rib cage to her. She's maybe not as coordinated on the move as a couple of them, and I think that might come together on down the road. The young man's heifer out of class 2 is just a little bit what a commercial heifer should look like to me. She's feminine yet stout and powerful. She's not the most elite up front that we've seen all day, but she has a lot of power and she handles it very, very well as we ask her to go. The young lady out of the third class there's just got the no-nonsense kind of basic female. Maybe doesn't have the bells and whistles of a couple of them out here, but she's long-bodied. She's got a beautiful neck to her. We'd maybe like to stouten her up at the surface just a notch. The gray female that was second there in Class 1 is certainly the stoutest and most powerful, or the second out here. Class 2 is actually the stoutest, but we could make her just a little bit more comfortable as we ask her to go and refine her head just a notch. And then we've got the nicest profiling female of the set there, coming out of second in Class 2. She's extremely long from the point of her shoulder forward. I love her body condition and her freshness. I just wish we could make her back leg just a notch more athletic. But if you could join me and congratulate the exhibitors out of Class 2, they'll be your champion and reserve commercial.
Congratulations to your champion commercial female going to Reese Toller from Bidwell, Ohio. And your reserve was out of the same class, Reagan Harrison from Greensburg, Indiana. Congratulations to them.
Folks, I know some of you've got to hear me 4 times, and I apologize for that, but when you have an event of this magnitude, you have to give thanks. And one of the biggest thanks we have to give is to the Kentucky Department of Agriculture and Kentucky Farm Bureau. So give that crowd of folks a big round of applause. Without their support, without their money, this event doesn't happen. There's also a lot of good young folks around the ring from Eastern Kentucky University and from the University of UK that have come in from their block and bridles to donate their time and efforts to line you up in the back and help us in the show ring. I'd also like to thank my nephew around here, Jackson Toll, as well as Ryan Batts stepping in today. Both work for producers. They came in and helped, and there's several other sponsors and interns that helped put this event on. With that being said, again, I have to give information that I have in terms of the excitement that we have in the state of Kentucky. Within 2 years, folks, you're going to be standing in a facility that right now is valued at somewhere over $384 million that we're going to reinvest into this facility. Actually, it's going to be built on the back of this one. As soon as that one's built, this one's coming down, and we're going to rebuild this one. So we're going to have about $500 million tied up in youth livestock event center. Will it be used for something else? Absolutely. But the number one priority that has been set on that building is youth livestock. Okay? So give your legislatures, your government officials, and particularly your management here at the fairgrounds a big round of applause, because that's one heck of a commitment to make to agriculture right there in your youth. Final thing I want to say from the bottom of my heart is, before I talk about Kendall Bremer, is thank each and every one of you for spending the weekend with us. I know what it costs as a parent outside of the cattle just to travel from another state, or if you live in the state, to come to the city of Louisville to spend your money in a hotel 2 or 3 nights, eating, your help, show supplies. I understand that whole economic system right there, and I know it's very expensive, and we certainly want to say thank you to all your out-of-state exhibitors and in-state parents for bringing your kids here to spend the weekend with us. Now, let me wrap this up, because I know a lot of you want a top 5. I said in every ring, and everybody always asks me, Brent, how do you come about selecting judges for the Kentucky Beef Expo? With me, it's never been about how many judging contests you placed in as a college student. With me, it's always been about, I want a guy or gal that it's a personal experience. I wanted to see if that person had ever fed one. Had they ever been in the barn late at night calving a cow? Do they have an operation of their self? And most importantly, have they advanced their self to the point that they are reaching back and grabbing kids and pulling them forward and helping them be the next generation of us standing around here? Because if we don't have that, folks, we don't have an industry. A lot of this world's lost, and we know it, not to get on a high horse, but I've always said agriculture, we get it right. The guy in the ring comes from a family that's got it right for a long time. Kendall Bremer's been a friend of mine. I can't even tell you the number of years. They used to bring cattle here to the Kentucky Beef Expo when we had a Key and Main sale. K&A Farms, his dad. I've known that family my whole life. They're dedicated to the industry. I know his brothers. I know him, and I know it's personal. And when something's personal, that means you care. And that's all that matters to me when I go to pick judges. I want the guy that cares enough to know I'm not going to beat one just to beat one. I'm going to give you a reason why I beat her. I'm going to give you a reason why I used her outside of who's holding the halter. And I think that's all we can ask for. With that, I want you to give Kendall a big round of applause. He's come a long way this weekend, and let's get you a top 5.
Thanks. Toll took care of a lot of my champion speech there, and I appreciate that about him. It's been a blast to be here. This facility is our goal every year. It's not March, but it's November. And so to come to one of the toughest beef expos in the country, get to share my opinion with you means the world to me. I want to thank Mr. Toll for the kind words and what he had to say about me. You don't have to agree with my opinion on what I've done or how I rank the top 5. I just hope that you understood where I come from. You've seen what I've seen in the cattle. I think for so many breed variations that we have in terms of their type and kind, I think that you found that I like them to be elegant. I like them to be fresh. I like them to be sound enough in their structure. I just like a complete calf that doesn't have a lot of holes. They don't have to be the most of anything anywhere. Want to thank the show staff. The people here in Kentucky are certainly doing things right. Building around youth and agriculture. One of the things lots of judges always say is it's just a cow show. There's another one next weekend. But it's never just a cow show. It's always an opportunity, whether it's for a personal best, to start a winning roll. It's an opportunity to do something that's never been done before or start that. It's an opportunity to grow. It's an opportunity to go home and learn. With that, I don't have a lot else to say. I think this top 5 is, there's no doubt in my mind, I've gotten to judge a couple of the bigger prospect shows in the country, but there's no doubt 1 through 5 of this top 5 is going to be my personal favorite that I've had the opportunity to select. So my hat's off to you young people. My hat's off to the people in the back. I know what it takes at every corner of this business. So with that, congratulations to each and every one of you that are out here, the reserves and their breeds. I'm not going to break the cattle down any further. I'm very proud of this set of cattle, and I think you guys should be too. If you could, let's give these young people a round of applause on doing a great job, and I'll go select your top 5.
Congratulations to your Supreme Female. In the open show, going to our Key Amalia King. Coming in for reserve, we have Robert Rogers. Your reserve champion female goes to your Key Angus. That belongs to Braylon Schaefer. Your third overall goes to your maintainer, and that belonged to Hogan Hendrickson. Congratulations to your fourth overall belonging to the Limousine, Brody Bernard. Congratulations to your fifth overall, your Shorthorn Plus belonging to Alyssa Meyer. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors today.